The most important point is whatever the Republicans do or go for, it doesn't matter what issue, you will always find Democrats to try to go against them. So like on these issues where it's like who wouldn't want to reunite kids with their family members? And they were probably, separated by like drug cartels or some horrible situation. Who knows what they went through? But you still find Democrats who are on the other side of this issue. And it's probably a 90-10 issue, 90% of the people it could be a 95-5 issue where 95% of the people in the country agree with you, Brad. But what's I think is ultimately the most disgusting is the fact that the mainstream media will paint over what's going on and try to make it look like a 60-40 issue in favor of the Democrats. They'll lie about what's going on, they'll lie about the intentions, they'll lie about what the judges are doing, right? They'll lie about everything. And it's just really, it's just insane.
I agree with you. It just seems that no matter what the Republicans do, like I'm thoroughly confused. Why is it 700 kids being reunited with their parents? Who those kids were technically, some of them were actually kidnapped and brought here illegally, used by illegal immigrants, the ones that are being deported. They weren't family members. They used them to
Are
get
they
into the country.
American
So
citizens,
why are
though?
you interrupting me? They're not American citizens. They're being reunited with their parents. I don't give a fuck if they were. They're little kids. They belong with their parents. Tell me this. Why is that?
You can't kidnap anybody's kid and send them anywhere. If they're here and they're American citizens, like whose right is it to just
They're
snatch
not
them up
American
and send them
citizens.
anything?
Yeah, apparently you didn't listen. They're not American citizens. They were used to cross the border to gain asylum. They were used in lies. They were used in sexual manipulation. They were used as trafficking. They were used as proxies. And they're
Can I?
trying to
Can,
reunite them. And the DNC, which King is going to tell me about how peril they are and how magnanimous they are trying to block the return of 700 kids to their parents, which I find
okay,
fascinating.
Post the
hold on
article
just a
for me to
second,
read, Brad, because I
please.
don't know what you're talking about, actually.
Can you hold on just a second, please? So people might be wondering, like, okay, why would parents or in the in this case that Brad's talking about, a lot of the kids are Guatemalan. So why would these parents in Guatemala have their kids, drop them off, and give them to cartel members, get them across the border? It's because then they are then put into homes in sanctuary states that they know they'll be able to collect federal funding for underneath that actual roof. Now, why this became a prevalent problem that we have today is because under the Biden administration, they stopped taking the DNA tests to be able to connect a biological parent or family member to the actual child to reunify them together. So that was addressed. Tom Homan talked about that. That was the old practice, and then they removed that. So Mr. Holman has worked for several different administrations in his current role today. So he can be the first person to be able to say, they did this during this administration, they took it away in this administration, they're doing this in this administration. These are the trickle down effect of adverse effects for these children in particular, but it's a money game. It's some money game. These parents or the households where they stick these children in are actually receiving federal funding and money. That's all it is. It's a money grab. So we can say, oh, we have this person here. We have to take care of this person. Oh, we're applying for under this name for this child. That's exactly what it is. It's all for the money.
No, I just was gonna ask, could somebody post an article? I haven't heard about 700 kids being kidnapped. Uh, so let me read what you guys are talking about before I offer an opinion. Maybe you could put it at the top or something. I don't know.
Did you say kidnapped?
Yeah, she
Yeah,
said kidnapped, bro.
yeah.
Like, are you not listening to
Well,
what they're
well,
saying? How many times do they have to say it? Do they need to say it in another language for you to understand? Like,
deport. Like,
bro,
what
I
is the
just
proper
don't
word?
understand on
Deported
where you're
or
getting
like,
these.
what is the proper word? Like,
Where did you
because
get the word kidnapped
Holman,
from?
Holman is
Who
handling this,
said
right?
kidnapped?
Holman is handling this, right? So are they being deported? Like, what is the proper word?
We'll
The
use
word
the vernacular.
kidnapped. You made that up?
Hey, Augustus, we'll just use the appropriate DNC language. Unaccompanied minors or falsely accompanied minors.
Yeah, like
So that is a
Don,
big problem here in
like Don
Arizona.
Corleone in The Godfather, an unaccompanied
No,
minor.
no, they're
Yes.
kidnapped. They're used. They're
Yeah,
mules.
this is a big problem in Arizona, and so the sheriffs would be pretty outspoken about this because they are often the ones that are going to encounter these people before the border patrol does. And under Biden, border patrol did not talk to press. They had official narrative; nobody could deviate. The officers were not allowed to talk to them, but it is very common for them to. Have children that are not theirs with them in order to seek asylum or to get services. And it's unknowing what the actual relationship is with that child. It could it be that they're being, I mean, I guess they're technically being trafficked, but of course, there's the big problem is that it's very common for children and girl and women to be raped is when they're passing through northern Mexico. Very common thing. In fact, most people, most women understand that, so they make sure they have lots of condoms and birth control, just to, you know, it's that's part of the toll they have to pay.
What is the Office of Refugee Resettlement? What agency is that? Because it's what the article is saying is that removing the kids breaks one of the mandates of the refugee resettlement, whatever this. What agency is that? Is that an international thing or is that yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question. I was trying to look it up at the exact same. What were you speaking on, Queen? What were you talking about? The Office of Reg. Okay, so the Office
Yeah,
of
yeah.
Refugee Resettlement (ORR). Um, shall we refer to the Office of I think it says transfer to OR within 72 hours of being apprehended. Children from non-contiguous countries must be transferred from CBP to ORR, an agency within the Department of Health and Human Services. This was to establish to move away from the adult detention mode to ensure the children's welfare. So it's under D. It's under the HHS, Department of Health and Human Services, which, when I was speaking earlier, would then be in that child would then be in their system to receive actual benefits. So that is the cyclical money pattern that I was talking about. Did you want me to continue on, or did you have a comment about that?
Okay, and so this agency takes over the care of the unaccompanied minor.
Yeah, what they
Okay.
have to within 72 hours.
And so what are they saying about this,
um
the
So,
agency?
so
oh, I
they
don't
wanted
I don't know.
they so the administration has set targets to actually restore these children with their biological parents, and they have the ability to do so for at least I think the majority of these kids, and returning them to them. This is not for asylum. A 14-year-old can't just cross our border and with a coyote or whoever else and say, I want asylum. They don't get that provision. That's a minor, and we handle things a little bit differently. We'll protect and shield that minor, but we're not going to grant them application for that because they're a minor and they're without their parents. Now, if it was a wholesale, we find out their parents were slaughtered, they're an orphan, and blah blah blah, and they're escaping, I don't know, persecution from, I don't know, Mexican government, where they're saying they're just hanging this family, then we'll probably take the children in. Similar situations have happened in the past. However, that's not these kids. Their parents have been located. Their parents are wanting their kids back. For some reason, though, I posted it in the chat. Even a judge, the Democrats went shopping and they found a friendly judge to try to block this administration from returning them. I want 700 kids back with their parents. I don't know why Democrats are like, well, they're American. They're not Americans. They're not fuck all. I don't need 700 more welfare cases, orphanage cases, fucking juvenile detention center cases. I don't need any more of them. I don't. I've got enough fucking problems with American kids. You want me now to import
Yeah,
700?
absolutely. We don't need any more dead
You
American kids at schools. Yeah, I agree.
yeah. You guys don't really care, and you interrupted me to go on your phone call. That's really retarded. We don't need any more. I have enough problems with our own kids that I don't need to import more problems. And I think we need to look at this. And again, the Democrats went ahead and blocked this. They really don't care about kids. The only thing they care about is whether or not someone like King can go out and have 410 abortions and be able to say, I'm a proud, independent woman, and then cry about, hey, everybody should be EBT warriors. No, we should be able to manifest our destinies. We should be able to manifest our own points of view. And we shouldn't be importing the children of the world and saying, hey, here we go. Let's rip them from their parents. And then let's create all these other cases to overload our own system. We have enough problems with what are they, our adoption programs across the country anyway. Our foster home system is on the verge of fucking breaking. But yeah, let's definitely import fucking 700, 1,000 more. Why not 10,000? Why not a million? Let's just import all the kids from the world into the US, because we don't have like psychos in the Democrat Party that go up and have their own fucking island, absconding young little girls so they can get booty raped by Bill Clinton and their president. You know, Mr. Sir
Well,
squirts a lot over Monica
um,
Lewinsky's dress.
so Brad, I can't see the stage right now because I want to read this, and people are asking. All right, so they're underneath the ORR within 72 hours. Um, the minors are, but then what they do is they ORR has to provide shelter and care. The children are placed in a network of state licensed shelters, group homes, or foster care. So think about the state license, meaning state and federally funded shelters, group homes, and foster care that takes away from the actual American kids that need those actual services, right? The ORRs then also required to provide food, medical care, and other services in the least restrictive possible setting. Now, um, this is where it becomes political. Under the sponsor reunification, ORR works to identify and vet sponsors who are typically family members living in the U.S. Potential sponsors must undergo background checks before the child can be released into care. Under the Biden administration, they stopped doing the DNA test, so that way they can actually reassert them with a biological member of um, of the family that is in the U.S. The problem is many of these children, they don't have any biological parents or biological family members that it can actually quote be their sponsor to reunify them because their parents and biological family members are living in another country. So they're flooding the system, taking away from actual homes and state funded homes and care for actual US citizens to include our foster program that is already flooded. So that's an important factor to understand, like the whole chain of custody for these children. Go ahead, Brett.
It's a massive problem. But again, like we've seen over and over again, they don't really care about funding reuniting kids with their parents. But no, they're concerned about, hey, should we give puberty blockers? They're all about that. That's when it becomes a problem because again, they need to chemically or groom, I guess, some sort of fashion onto kids and not let them own discover their own sexuality as they mature through life. But no, we want to be able to somehow over influence them into becoming a certain way. and inject that. That's when they care about it. They don't really give a shit about the schools. They don't give a damn about school shootings because the only thing that they care about is, hey, I want to ban firearms. But when it comes to actually talking about measures to strengthen and harden targets, such as schools, such as expansion on those, such as reviewing medical doctors who are giving SSRIs at an alarming rate to children, um, how the teacher system, the education system, and the teachers within that system don't need to be elevated to a high level, but somehow need to be actually checked and monitored because they are not performing at such a significant level, as indicated from post 1985 onward. We have seen a rapid decline in it. And the fact that teachers say we're overworked or overwhelmed, go ahead and look at the studies 1950s, 1960s, 1940s. They had more kids per capita in classroom than our teachers do today. So if they had more kids in the classrooms and kids were excelling and we didn't have school shootings back in the day, I'm kind of confused as to why teachers are complaining when they actually have less kids per capita in their classrooms and they have more technology available to them, how the kids are ending up screwed up. And the argument has always been from the left, we just need to get rid of guns because that's what's scary. The legal gun owner is what's scary. Not that we put up all these laws and we somehow believe that that's going to protect us when literally the case that just happened in Minnesota had all the wet dream laws that all these vibrating Democrats could ever dream of. They had them in place. And this person was able to just go right through all of them and commit an egregious act. So much for the Democrats' playbook of checks, special licenses, background checks, all of that shit, all passed, all flying colors. Immediately went through and did it. But you know what they didn't trigger was the kids' psychological reports, which now are getting unveiled, of saying, hey, this kid was known to have psychological problems. No, they were being pushed by transgender. They were being groomed by an education system and parents and others that were influencing them. And what was in his note? I regret accepting being trans to shoot everybody. So there you go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and too bad, the NRA, when they were advocating against these, mental health checks, because a lot of people wouldn't pass
The
them that are
NRA
not
doesn't check.
that
Hold
are
on.
that are not the
The
lobbyists.
NRA. The
Yes,
NRA does
yes. Okay.
no. The NRA has no control. In fact, its membership is often significant with trial memberships, and it isn't even the biggest understanding of where people are. So when you guys use the NRA, it isn't even pro-friendly for gunmen. Like I'm not a member, and the majority of gun owners are not a member of
Yeah,
the
but
NRA.
you don't.
Yeah,
You
we
also
we look
have
at
no
them as
impact
selling
on
out.
the laws,
They
right?
sell
You
out
have
gun
no.
owners. They're like
Okay,
the last 5 years, they've got nothing but shit, and people have migrated to other second right or Second Amendment advocacy groups because of that. And they basically for well over a decade has been just seen as a lobbying group for the fucking firearms manufacturing industry, not fucking Second Amendment uh, protections.
yeah, and your opinion piece, they're not the lobbying group that does it because you do this every time there's a shooting or something involving a gun with a police officer, even. First, we're aware you don't know what firearms are because of your stance right there. The fact that you're saying the NRA is a lobbying group. There's lots of lobbying groups. There's lobbying groups for expansive oil. There's lobbying groups that are sugar. There's lobbying groups to make sure you yourself can buy produce or food that is loaded with sugars on EBT food stamps. They are literally doing it. It is Kraft. They are fucking going. Kraft, in fact, is just split today. Start your investments early because you got to pick one, and that one's going to be an interesting investment opportunity. But you have a whole plethora of lobbying groups that go to Washington. The NRA does not write policy. It does not fucking vote for a massive group of people. They are a gun rights advocate that has failed in, I don't know, fucking since 1990 to actually provide gun rights because they kept stipulating despite what gun right owners wanted. And we don't belong to them. And they are just a small fraction of what gun ownership really is in this. But you are going about to give me some other information and then keep talking. And I'm sick and tired of it. Like you get your point and then move on. And then when someone else speaks, you let them finish. You don't get to interject. And you're on our stage. So understand that. Either come up and participate and go with it or don't. I don't really care. But I am tired of this fucking incepted, dumb, retarded talking point about, oh, the boogeyman NRA. It has nothing. It's up there with like Flowers for fucking Matilda's lobbying group or Dinosaur Preservation Committee that wants to fucking enact Jurassic fucking Park. They don't mean shit. They don't actually get legislation, and they haven't won for gun rights owners fucking in ever. Since 1986, they've been on a losing streak across the fucking nation and haven't done fuck all in terms of gun rights for ownerships. It's the other organizations that actually help us. And you guys just don't have the ability to figure that shit out, that Americans want to retain their rights. And it is a constitutional right, and you can infringe on it. This shall not be infringed. There we go. Who's next?
To address Queen's article, an important part of that article was I wrote it in the chat. It was done to undo some of the previous administration. It it was just the ruling covered too vast, and it included people with disabilities that was not able to capable of owning a firearm. So when you get into the minutia of what's the labeling of disabilities, not disabilities, it just kind of was too blanket in general, and that is one of the reasons why it was nullified. So think about, I mean, sorry, I'm just veteran friendly. Think about our veterans, if they have a what would be deemed a disability on that list, then they would not be able to own a firearm. How do we even get on that subject?
Because Democrats like to distract and just kind of,
Oh, move the goalposts.
yeah, they just like doing that. Like again, the room started out with Epstein. Like I really wanted to talk about the National Guard being in City City. I thought it was a big piece. I think it's really I think it's something to watch. I think it's a good thing. I think the results are in DC that I hate to tell all the Democrat shills down there in the audience, especially like King, who are all like, "Oh, this is authoritarian." It actually has positive impacts. Crime is actually dropping like rapidly, and carjackings are dropping, and muggings, and sexual assaults. They seem to be dropping at a rapid rate since the National Guard came in. Had nothing to do with Muriel Bowser's plan because that didn't work, and the only impact they've done has been positive throughout. Even the homeless people are glad to see the National Guard out there, and they've said that the National Guard has been so assistive in preventing attacks on them. You're having trouble with CNN trying to go find somebody on the streets that's negative about this impact. They're saying they're great. They're bringing out hot coffee. They're picking up trash. They're helping people be safe. Amazing. Kids are able to get back and forth to school, and they enhanced Mario Bowser's back to school safe program. They've been doing a great job. Chicago, on the other hand, said, what was it, authoritarian, and we don't need any problem. Our crime rates are going down. We're doing a fantastic job. But magically, you have 8 motherfuckers killed, and what is it, 50 freaking wounded in one weekend? Like, no, crime, I don't give a shit. If that's your Labor Day weekend, if that's like crime being down and that's a good weekend for you, I mean, I think I encourage all of you guys, like, get rid of the Dems. They clearly don't have an idea what it's like to have a city where you get to go out and enjoy it, where you can go out to have events. Like, we used to do that. We used to go to churches. We used to go to parades. Like, we should be able to do that without people getting freaking killed and shot all the time.
Hey, I got a question for the room. How y'all doing, by the way?
Hi,
Doing
Mr.
great.
Hawk.
Good, good. I myself, to be quite honest, I don't have faith in either party anymore. I don't, I know it's called the United States, but it ain't anything united going on right now, which is a problem, right? I understand why both sides are disgruntled in their own ways. The crime is ridiculous. Something does have to be done. I do feel like the buck has been passed so many times that nothing is being done on anything. And from the last thing I understood about Congress, it's supposed to be based upon Democrats and Republicans figuring out a way for the people to make things happen for the betterment of the people, which is not what's going on. It's just ideology over actually actions. And by that I'm saying like there no one should be okay with the fact that um everything that's affecting us is getting railroaded and pushed to the back for rhetoric. It's a lot of rhetoric that's been going on Joe Biden's rhetoric, Trump's rhetoric, Obama's rhetoric. We can go on and on and on. So what I guess I'm asking this room and the people is when do we understand we're getting fucked over, each and every one of us? And we're the real needs and the real problems going on are not being solved because the rhetoric is winning, whether it be promoting racism, whether it be promoting bullshit scandals, whether it be promoting anything but the real issues that's affecting all of us. You know, I see it in clubhouse rooms every day, picking a side, cheerleading. I'm for Biden, I'm for Kamala, I'm for Trump. But yet, and still, these problems where these kids are getting killed in schools, these problems where these urban communities are under siege, these problems where the job market is fucked, these problems where inflation is still through the roof, get sideswiped and overlooked for the Epstein shit. Like I'm gonna be real. The Epstein shit is sick. It's fucked up. But right now, what's going on is even more fucked. Is bodies are dropping every day in these communities, and nobody's doing shit about it. And I do agree with Trump on one thing, right? Something has to be done to stop the shit that's going on. I mean, it can't sustain itself with 70 shootings in a weekend or whatever the case may be. However, I don't want it to be an expense of innocent people who are roped into this shit. There's going to be some people roped into the mix of this that might be just walking down the street and get fucked with from these National Guard people. That can be that two things can be true at once. You may do something for one intention and then this happens on the other. But I say that to say this: we got to get past this whole picking a side like a cheerleader or picking it like a team and realizing that if these two motherfucking parties can't come together, which I don't think they ever will anymore, we all suffer from it because the way this system is lined up and set up, it's set up where two parties are supposed to work together and figure out a way to bring a balance to this shit and find solutions to the problems. That's no longer happening. You know what I'm saying? So my question to the room, and I'm gonna shut up with this, is what are we gonna do? Are we gonna keep on going biting each other's heads off and going at each other and nothing gets done? Are we gonna finally figure out that the system's broken and try to figure out some way for everyone to come up with an alternative or a way to fix this broken shit? Because it's all shit to me, and all of them are complicit to it, and we all losing.
Yeah, if the two parties have to come together, it means people on both sides need to come together, right? Like if one side of people say, "Oh, we're this is all racist and this and that," and the other side, obviously, there's no policies or no laws or anything that we support on the right stating that, "Oh, black people cannot do this and it's only for white people or brown people." I mean, like so there's nothing about laws that talk about racism or where one group of people can do and one group of people cannot do, right? So so where as people like on both sides, like where do you think we need to come to a common point to make things work?
Well, I think, like I said earlier, I don't think when I looked at Biden, when I looked at Obama, I don't agree with them either. I don't think that nothing was going good under those platforms either. I just feel like people have been falling for the okie doke and the rhetoric of the scandals and the goofy shit and all of this and the real issues that's plaguing us. No one is working together to solve it. Now, I'm gonna say this: I am for owning a gun. I am pro freedom of owning a gun. However, I am not pro having these motherfuckers walking around now with military guns and their teenagers able to shoot up shit. Something has to be done. I'm not pro motherfuckers having 223s, bandos, AK
What do
47s.
you mean 223s? I mean,
That's
that's
slang. That's a hood slang. I'll get to that in a
it's
minute.
not it's not a hood slang.
No,
That's the 223 Remington
yeah, that part.
is
But
what
let
AR-15
me get
shoot.
my thought out because I'm very I forget what I'm gonna say if I keep getting cut out. I'm gonna shut up, make it concise because I know I'm talking a lot. But I'm gonna say this: there are certain things in life that I feel like citizens should not necessarily have, especially when you think about what do you need 100 rounds of ammo for? You know what I'm saying? Like, let's keep it real. there comes a limit to what goes on. Now I'm about protecting yourself. I am about being able to protect your family the best you can. But for a motherfucker to walk out here with some of the weapons they have, they shouldn't have access to this. These are military graded weapons that some of these people have. And when we look at these school shootings and we look at this crazy shit that goes on, nobody really gives a fuck except with prayers and condolences until their kids are the ones that's caught in the crossfire. Then you want something done about it. Because what I've learned is until it happens to you, nobody gives a shit. It's all just fun and games until your kindergartner goes to school and is one of the ones bleeding on the floor. So we got to figure out common sense shit. This ain't a Democrat or Republican thing. It's a common sense thing. What are we gonna do about this shit? It is common sense that we need to move in some of these neighborhoods right now and stop the crime. It does have to happen. I don't agree with Trump on most of anything, but I do agree that something has to be done on that. It does. But it's all about how you do it. I'm not opposed to the National Guard going in these cities. I am opposed. I want to make sure that if that's done, it's done the right way. That innocent people aren't caught in the crossfire of this shit. You know what I'm saying? Get the people you need to get, but don't bring people into this shit that have nothing to do with it. And that's the one thing I hope and pray doesn't happen. But something got to give with common sense, man. How long we gonna keep watching motherfuckers die in these schools and churches and shit and think it's okay and is keep on business as usual selling this shit to motherfuckers who shouldn't have it? Like, you know what I mean? We
Yeah,
don't.
but
Well,
Hug, the,
let me
the the
hold on
Democratic
because
Party.
I was trying to respond to him. So first of all, you said something about the 223, which it's very similar to the 556 NATO, which is it's what's the M4 is what's the cartridge that the M4 shoots or the M16. Now, I don't think you realize this, but that's a pretty small round. Your average hunting rifle is going to have a much more will use rounds that are much more powerful. But not only will they weigh more, but they'll have a lot more velocity behind them, and so
I was
they're far
referring
more
to the
destructive.
Remington 5.56 is what I'm referring to.
The
Most
five
human
five six
beings do
NATO.
not need that weapon. You do
Why?
not need that. Like,
Why?
like that's the thing I'm referring to. There are weapons
Why?
that. Go ahead though.
But
They're
why?
not
Okay,
carrying
I can go.
read the chat.
Okay, people will go hunting with a 30-06, which I promise you that you getting shot in the chest with a 30-06, the chance of survival is next to zero. It's meant to take down fucking elk. Um, and you can get those in semi-auto, by the way. They've been around 100 years ago. People would own them. Um, so I don't.
I think you're missing the point, my guy. It's not necessarily where I'm against. Like I said, I'm not against guns. I'm not
Hug,
against
you got
that.
to get let him land before
Go
you.
ahead, though. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So the fact of the matter is that any weapon, including a 9 millimeter, they're all lethal. There's no friendly round to fire and hit somebody with. It's now I when people use terms like military weapons, I've always found it quite annoying. I mean, a 9 millimeter handgun that the police carry, that's the standard firearm of the United States military. Does that mean we should outlaw 9 millimeter
Let's be.
handguns? And when it comes to rifles, the cops also use rifles that are chambered in 5.56 generally, and they have them in their squad car.
But those are the
Um,
cops,
and
not just everyday people walking around with AK-47s. That's the difference. A cop is a cop. They're there to protect and
oh
serve.
my
That's a
god,
different thing.
what is the difference between what the tool? Okay, when it comes to a weapon, what is the difference between a civilian application and a police officer's application of when you point your weapon at somebody? Okay, you have them in your sights and you pull the trigger. It does the exact same thing. If you're protecting yourself, you end up using it to protect yourself. It's a lethal weapon. I don't understand
I
why
never
you're
said
saying that.
that. I never said you don't protect yourself. See, you're spinning it. I
But
am
you're
all
saying we
about
shouldn't have
protecting.
5.56.
I'm all about protecting yourself. What I'm saying is the average citizen does not need rounds of AK-47 ammunition. That's what I'm saying.
Sure, the fuck you mean
What
they don't
about
need
wait?
it?
What do you need it for?
What about
Let's
You
keep it
obviously
honest.
don't
if
have
When was
any.
the
You
last time
obviously
you
don't
needed an
have any
AK-47?
experience. You
When was the
obviously
last
don't.
time you needed an AK-47?
Well,
When?
I haven't needed one. Doesn't
To
mean I'll
shoot a
never need
school up,
one.
a church? What? What do you need it for?
Protect my fucking
Let me
home.
say this. You can do that with a 9 millimeter, right?
No, you
Wasn't that
can't.
what you
Not
just
nearly as
said?
easily. No, no,
If police
dipshit. You
was
can't
having
do
nine
that. No, you
millimeter,
shut the fuck
if
up. I
police
was
having
talking.
9mm,
Shut
why
your
can't
fucking
we?
mouth. I was talking. You keep on fucking interrupting me. Now, you stupid asshole. There's a big difference when it
Why
comes
don't
to
police
recoil
have
management. Shut your
AK-47?
fuck up. They carry AR-15s. The 5.56 is the round of an AR-15, not an AK-47. It's not a
So when I see a
7.62.
cop walking around, I never see him carrying an AK-47 walking
They have
around.
AR-15s.
They have a 9mm on their waist, you
No, they
dipshit.
can't. No, no, no.
You
If they,
fucking dipshit.
no,
They
you
have a
stupid,
gun
you
on
know,
their
you
waist.
goddamn brainlet, you
They don't have an AK.
stupid fucking troglodyte. What you don't understand is if there is if there's an active shooter, okay, or let's just say there was a shooting in a parking lot. The police officers are going to come. They're going to end up clearing the scene. They're going to make sure that everything's safe, so you can get paramedics there and everything. They're going to take their AR-15 out of their fucking car, and that is what they're going to use as their primary weapon.
If
Why? And
if a
there's a reason
civilian
why.
doesn't have an
There's a reason why, you
AK-47, they
stupid
won't
fuck.
need one, you
No, you dumb
dipshit.
motherfucker. You're going
If
to
a
let me
civilian
finish.
don't
I
have an
let you finish,
AK-47,
you fucking ape. Now let me
All
finish.
right, all right, all right, all right. Can we just please do one at a
Hey,
time?
you knew the racist was about to
Yeah, well,
come
no,
out.
I
No, no,
can't
no.
even
Let's do
finish.
one
I
at a
let
Can we
this
time.
not talk
motherfucker
about
monologue for
animals?
how long? And he has to fucking interrupt me every fucking
I let
second.
this motherfucker,
Okay.
I let
You
this
All right.
You see,
motherfucker
you
do.
fucking idiot. You
Come
can't
on,
even
Okay.
keep your
guys,
mouth shut.
Pepe, Pepe,
guys.
finish up without
Now,
the
I let
animal
this
disruption.
motherfucker do it.
there
Bitch
he
ass
goes.
nigga.
He can't control himself. Anybody who has experience shooting handguns versus an AR-15, you can put multiple rounds on target quickly. Okay, with a small grouping. Okay, it's very easy to do, especially in close proximity where you're generally going to use one for self-defense. A
You sound
handgun
like a
is a whole
school
different.
shooter.
A handgun is
You
a
sound like a
whole
school
different.
shooter.
Shut the fuck up, you whiny ape. Now, when it comes to
Why you
a
gotta call that
handgun,
man an ape,
it's
Pepe?
actually much harder. It's actually much harder to do that. If you're in a moment where you're panicked, you don't know how you're going to handle a stressful situation where you have to use lethal force. Okay, good luck controlling the recoil and making sure you have a proper grip and all of that shit. Okay, and handguns are people are far more inaccurate with them. That is a fucking fact. That's why police officers majority of their shots don't hit the fucking suspect. They're much harder to work with. You want something that you can be accurate and quick with. That is how you save your fucking life. That's why people use AR-15s. I'm done.
Okay. Thanks. Excuse me, shipwreck. Please go on mute. Thank you very much. Um, we're not going to call people animal names. It's just so we're going forward. Also, to Mr. Hug's point, I moved you down because you kept interrupting. We listened to your whole diatribe. I'll bring you up in just a second. I don't own a gun. Last time I held a gun, I cried. So I know that that's not for me. However, if I decided, or if I had to own a gun, I'm going to get the biggest, most uh, productive gun that I can to protect myself. I am not going to take a little pew pew. I would pick the rifle then because it's faster. I don't have to. It would be easier for me to use. And I'm a small human. So I understand Pepe's logic when it comes to that. Um, we're going to let other people speak that haven't spoke that are just on this stage. I believe Mr. Sheprecht wanted to speak. Go ahead, and I'll bring Mr. Hug back up. But Mr. Hug, you need to please refrain from unmiking when other people are speaking. Go ahead, Mr. Sheprecht, or improve that.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, just add into the conversation that 5.56, where everyone is up in arms with it being a military round. There's actually been multiple times that the U.S. has looked to move away from the 5.56 because of lack of stopping power, and a majority or a good portion of the school shooters actually use 9 mil. If you think to Nashville, they use the P2000. I believe it's a 9mm tube rifle that basically is collapsible. That's 9 mil. You're not gonna. The stopping power isn't the issue at the 5.56. It's you need to bring back bullying. When we can bully kids early enough, we can find the crazies earlier. That way, we're able to get them help. In the mid 90s, late 80s, when bullying became the target of the administration within schools, it really did a disservice to routing out some of these people with more susceptible mental health issues. That's it.
So when we look at Dylan Roof,
Okay,
when we look
hold
at
on just
Cal
a second.
Rittenhouse, Michael
Excuse me,
Carneal.
Mr. Hug. Okay, hold on just a second. I'll let you go in just a moment. Just to clear up how we kind of got into this conversation is talking about the National Guard carrying arms. So I wrote in the chat exactly what the National Guards are is carrying in DC. And also, I want to conclude not all National Guard members in DC are carrying firearms. Only certain ones that have certain missions are carrying firearms, not all. And I'm going to think that this is definitely going to be a test run for other cities, and they'll deviate the plan going forward, the mission going forward. So it's not all. And the information that you were sharing, what they were carrying is not correct. I wrote it in the chat. No, floor is open. Go ahead. And Mr. Hug, could you please give an opportunity for Mr. Marquise and Mr. Rob to speak since they have not
Oh
spoken
yeah,
on the
they can. They
stage
got it.
yet?
You got
Okay,
it.
thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that. Go ahead,
Thank you,
Marquise or
Caitlin.
Rob. Okay.
Thank you. I'll make mine quick. I just want to say that it feels like every event that takes place with a firearm, whether it's a rifle, a shotgun, a pistol, something in high caliber, something in a lower caliber, it's a reason for extreme for sensitive extremists to try to poke at to try to figure out a reason to add more gun control, when the reality is it's if you really look at each case of whether it's a school shooting or a mosque shooting or any type of mass shooting, there is a reason behind it. There's a reason behind why there's somebody either carrying explosives or carrying firearms to commit these acts, and they're not looking at the motive. People look at the tools that are used and they think, oh, well, not everybody needs that. But everybody does need the
Good point.
idealism. Everybody does need the idealism as to why people do this type of shit. We need more hate in politics. We need more hate in the news. We need more shock value. You ever notice that you never fucking see anything good on the news? It's always like, oh, we have something shocking today. We have some shocking news. This is horrifying news, horrifying stuff. You never hear like, hey, somebody actually donated $1 million to a fucking fundraiser. Just you don't really hear much about that. You have to go to YouTube for it. So my point being is that it's not about the firearms, it's about the idea, the idealisms, all the politics and the reasonings and motives behind why these things take place with the tools. You cannot blame a tool for why people commit vile acts. And I'll end.
Hey, I want to say this. I'm a gun owner. I'm from Houston, Texas. I will use that hoe if necessary. I think guns are the single worst invention humans ever created. One can say that the nuclear weapon is worse. I do understand that it's a far more massive weapon, more powerful weapon. But the idea that we could carry around a weapon of mass destruction, because that's what a gun is. Don't get it twisted. It's a weapon of mass destruction. Any way you flip it, if I could take multiple lives with it, it's a weapon of mass destruction. We're a violent nation. Our government is violent. We enjoy violent TV. We enjoy violent movies. We enjoy violent music. We enjoy violence, whether we want to accept that or not. Like, this is America. Is built on violent principles. Um, we've been in a state of war. I think we've been a country since what, 1776 officially. I think last time they said, I looked it up, we had been in war like at least 60-70% of the time we've been a nation. So why don't you think that the top of our nation, which is violent, wouldn't trickle down to the basics of America? A state like Illinois has no gun law. I mean, has strict gun laws, but we always hearing about Chicago gun violence. That's because they can easily go to goddamn Missouri. They can easily go to Indiana. Hey, gun control is a myth in America. I can get 5, 10 guns way quicker than I could find a job. Like, I'm telling y'all this. I could call 10 people right now and say, hey, let me find a chopper. Let me find a AR. Let me find one of the, like, it's easy. That's not a good thing. So it's like I'm torn with it because I done been dealing with murder since I was in sixth grade the first time somebody that I was close to got killed by gun violence. And it ain't stopped since sixth grade and I'm 41 years old. Like the shit is tough. It is. Like I'm not gonna front. We about to start a murder trial September 8th for my best friend. Like he got killed in January of 2022 and the murder trial just starting. So it's like it's tough, but I'm gonna be very real with I'm leery about hearing white people discuss this type of shit because I don't think y'all really care about it. I'm gonna keep it a bean. I don't think y'all care about what's really happening in places like Chicago. I don't think y'all care about what's happening in the inner city and y'all city because I could almost guarantee that y'all do your best to avoid these areas even when there's not quote unquote violence happening. Like I just don't think it's a genuine conversation when we talking about gun violence in America. Um, but I also don't think we could do anything about it. Like Trump bringing the military into people's cities is completely un-American, and I hope that our military is. I'm not talking about the National Guard. If the military is ever deployed, I hope them boys have some courage and say we're not going to deploy in our own country where it's not an active war zone. No matter what the numbers may look like, Chicago is not a war zone. Detroit is not a war zone. St. Louis, which has the highest crime rate in America, is not a war zone. It's some segments of these neighborhoods that are fucked up. It's some people that are doing some fucked up shit, but we're not in a war zone. And if y'all think that keeping the military prolonged in a situation is good for business, is good for growth in the neighborhood, we'll see if people want to come and invest in these neighborhoods or if they just become glorified military occupational zones. I don't think it's good for us. I'll land on that.
Not good
Rob,
for
just
us,
real
but it's
good.
good for
Yeah,
the rich.
hold on just a second, Marquise. So, Rob, there's a definite distinction in what the National Guard can do and what active duty can do on U.S. soil. So, it's going to be very rare if active duty are going to be called because I'll write it in the chat, everything, so I don't forget to worry about that. But the National Guard serves under the actual governor of state. However, the president can also act and have them called in for special missions. I'll put it in the chat for you though, Rob, okay? Go ahead, Mark.
So, Marquis, are you going? Or Notorious, welcome to the stage. Did
No,
you want to join?
I see Notorious, but I also noticed that Pug wanted to talk to you too, so I left it alone there.
No, I think my man was very succinct in how he put his statement together and spoke before me. He's absolutely right. I think a lot of people minimize what these guns can do until it happens to someone close to them. And we tend to make this seem as if it's an urban thing that started in the hood when the Hatfield and McCoys were killing each other way before then. This has been a problem in America for as long as this country has damn near been a country, is that we do promote violence. We do promote killing each other. We promote all of that shit, and we look at a gun, which is used to kill, as a toy. It's not a toy. Now, I am for protecting yourself. I do believe in the right to bear arms. I do believe in that. But in that same sentence that I just said, I do not believe citizens should be out here walking around with AK-47 or have access to them or any other military
I'm
grade.
sorry, Hug. If one human has access to an AK, any
No,
human should
no,
have
I
access to an
get it. I
AK.
get it. I get what you're
Like,
saying, fam. Because, like you said, I got my gun under the seat right now. I'm riding, and I keep it with me. I have
man,
to.
I got an AR at my crib. I got a shotgun in my crib. I got a Glock 40 at my crib. I got a 38 at my crib. You feel me? Do
But
I
I think
walk
what it
Are
is,
around?
all of those
what it is,
legal?
fam, is when we
Yeah,
see
they
the
legal.
kids,
I ain't
when we
no
Okay,
see
just
these
felon.
making sure.
kids that are 13 and 14 with shit, you got to ask the question, first of all, besides getting it from their parents, which a couple of
You're
them have
not getting
done.
AR-15s from your parents if you talking about inner city. I can't speak for no school shooting ass shit. You feel me? Like
Yeah.
I have not wrapped my mind around that. I went to
Yeah.
school during the age of Columbine.
They're
I
bringing them in.
remember the Pearl River, the Pearl Mississippi shooting. That was like the first one that I vividly remember. I remember that shit happening in where's Arkansas State at? Jonesboro, Arkansas. You feel me?
Absolutely. Hey,
These
Sam,
things
and
happen.
when you look
I
at
went to
Dylan Roof,
school.
when you look at Michael Carneal, when you look at the Virginia Tech shootings, when you look at all these shootings, these are white people doing it. So it's not an exclusively black thing. Like we always get told Chicago, Baltimore. What about Dylan Roof going in here and shooting all these
Man, the
motherfuckers?
flip
And he's white.
side to Dylan Roof, the flip side to that, as fucked up as that was, I don't even want to make it seem like I'm trying to get this man some kind of like pass. The flip side is that that man got arrested. He's in prison for the rest of his life. And with all due respect, you sound like a man that come from the church, just like myself. That's not that's a very that's an anomaly. The school shootings, those aren't anomalies. Those have become a real thing that we have to answer for. The
And
reality is the way a church works, churches are never gonna operate the way we secure our schools or our airports. Like you can't operate a church like that. It would go against everything that the church stands for. So like, yeah, that was a tragedy. That was evil. And that fucker knew going into that place of all places was you're most vulnerable in a church. Nobody would feel like they should be a threat in the church house. So like I ain't gonna like that's that's a separate incident to me from school shootings because they happen every year, bro. They're happen like since I'm 41. Like I'm saying, that's 96, the first one I remember. And it's been happening multiple times every year. It's like with our schools, I'm gonna say this. I went to more, a quote unquote urban school, wasn't predominantly black, but it was majority black and Hispanic. We had fucking uh metal detectors every day. You had hall sweeps. If you was caught in your class outside of when the bell, caught in the hallways, they sweeping you. They bringing drug sniffing dogs. I'm gonna tell you that these schools don't ever have school shootings. They do have a lot of issues though, but they never have school shootings. It's something about the profile of school shooters. Like I heard old buddy say, bring bullying back. I don't know if that's the answer, cause like prior to like 95, 96, you're not hearing about school shootings. So I don't know if bringing back bullying is the answer. I don't know if it's let's secure our schools like we secure airports, but something does need to be done. But in terms of like this inner city violence, I'm gonna land on this. I'm not sure what could be done about it, y'all. Like y'all talking about the gun violence, man. Yeah, young niggas is getting access to some guns they shouldn't be getting access to, but it's these switches that's the real issue. I can make my 40. I could turn that hoe into a goddamn AR-15 if I got a switch on it, and I put a 30 clip in there. I could let off 30 rounds in under 5 seconds with a handgun. That's what's happening
I think it's
in
under a
these.
second. It takes out the 30
Yeah,
rounds.
that's what I'm saying. I'm 5 seconds a second, whatever it is, Pepe. You get my point. I can't do that with my 40 as I regularly shoot that hoe. So it's like these things are real, but if you're not gonna address the underlying issues that in these communities, man, they are underserved. Like there's nothing in these communities by and large. In addition to having fucked up homes, broken homes. I'm not even just talking about single family homes. I'm talking about dysfunctional, broken homes. Like you put those in a condition where outside is nothing for people to do in a country where guns are readily available, in a time period where people are seeing people like First 48, the video games we play. I throw the music in there, the environmental conditions, gangs. Man, it's a perfect storm for shit to be happening. So you think that the fucking military coming in gonna just change everything? Man, I'm gonna land on this. How you think we got all these fucking terrorists in the Middle East and all of these other places we done occupied? because those kids that lived through that grew up to become adults. And you think that shit ain't gonna happen in our own country? You got your motherfucking mind.
It's a problem, bro. That's all I'm saying. At the end of the day, there's really it's really hard to even find a solution that anybody's going to be comfortable with anyway, because it's a complex problem. Like to solve this problem, it is going to be some uncomfortable things that have to happen to correct it, because it was uncomfortable things that happened to make the problem. But it's a culmination of so many elements, man. The lack of God, the lack of morality, the lack of respect, the lack of ethics, the lack of love. There's so many numbers of shit we can blame this on, right? But at the end of the day, all I'm saying is at some point common sense has got to be prevalent, man. And what we see happening is the same picture over again. The same prayers and condolences, prayers and condolences, prayers and condolences, with no real initiative or even effort to stop shit. So I don't know what the best answer is for this, but I do know at some point we can't keep sustaining this shit as it is right now. We can't keep on having the same shootings and in schools and churches and act like this shit ain't happening. And like I said, people getting offended when it happens to their family, but don't give a damn when it happens to someone else. You know, that's what we have going on in society right now. I don't care until it hits my kindergarten. I don't care until it hits my grandmother. I don't care until it hits me. That's where we are with this shit. This is a real problem when you see 14 and 15-year-olds having access to switches and semi-automatic guns. They didn't bring this shit here. You don't get those type of weapons without it being brought to you. You can't go and get that as a urban 13-year-old. This shit is it's a contrived set up thing, man. And it's not exclusively just a black thing. It's a problem for a lot of different people, whites, blacks, everybody. But it is predominantly affecting my community the most, because the guns are being brought into these communities with the sheer intent of us using it to kill each other with. That's the plan. Let them wipe themselves out. Let's create poverty conditions. Let's put them guns and drugs there and let them motherfuckers take each other out. That's what it is. And what I agree with my That's what it man on is. what he said And what is I some of agree y'all with don't my care. man on what he said is some of y'all don't care.
Hey, can I ask though, in regards to the
Hey,
title,
can I ask though, in
is
regards
that
to
me with the echo? Oh my bad. Why don't
Sorry, I
Democrats
was
care about
unmiked. It was
kids?
my fault.
It's
Go ahead,
all
Mr.
good, KK. It's all good. Why don't Democrats care about kids? What what indicates that Republicans care about children? Like what do like I understand like having the pro life stance. That should be the number one reason, right? I guess. But like outside of that, what would I go by that shows that Republicans care about children in the United States any more than the Democrats do?
Bingo.
Where's the there's where's the is this just a title to bring people in? Is this based off of some statistics? I mean, some stats we can look up, some data we can look up to show that Republicans care more about kids? Because if we look at certain policies, things that have been geared towards helping children, it's Republicans that seem to have more of the issues with those type of programs. So if we talking policy wise, and again, I'm not here to say that the Democrats actually care more about children. I'm just going by the policy. Like, who's more likely to cut funding for school? Who's more likely to be against like Medicare, Medicaid?
Yeah,
I would say,
Rob, I think it was tied. Hold on just a second, Notorious. Brad, are you there? He's the person who put up the title in the article, and it was in a specific situation where there's 700 unaccompanied minors that were brought here illegally, and their families live in this case, I believe in this article, in Venezuela. And so now Democrat courts are trying to uphold him and say, no, they don't want their kids, those kids to be reunited with their families that live in a different country. I think that's what the topic of the room is or was. But Brad started the room. Are you there, Brad? Is that the direction you want to keep going, or you want to let people free flow? Free flow. Bradley going once. Bradley going twice. Okay, so I'll just.
Hey, Brad out here looking for Keyston, man. So he quiet. Well, Keegan right
Oh,
now, so he be
he's
quiet.
he he said just a second. So while he'll be in a second, I saw Notorious go off mic. Go ahead, Notorious.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on something Rob said earlier. Um, Rob, you had said that you didn't think that white people cared about the crime or the murder, right? And then when I talk about murder, I'm talking about the senseless murder. I'm not talking about the typical murder that happens between all groups, right? I'm talking about the senseless killing. Uh, do you think that white people should care more than we do? Because, in my opinion, we don't seem to care. When I say we, I mean black people.
What? Are you asking you say that again? I ain't hear what you said clearly, Notorious.
I'm saying, I said, you said that you didn't think that they should really be talking about it because they don't really care about the subject. And so I'm asking you is, should they
I
care
don't
more
think
than
they
we
care more
care?
than we care. I don't think they
Because,
should care more than we care. I don't think we should care about their issues more than they care about their issues. I'm simply talking about in the scope of the conversation. I don't think white people really care about those things because like the evidence shows that it's happened so much. You feel me? Like, and I'm not saying that they should care, but I don't see where where's the care at? Like, what do you have to care about? Like, you purposely avoid these communities as is, even when it's not those things happening. Like, you don't come in to these communities. You won't shop there. You sure as hell won't live there. You won't send your kids anywhere over there. But we're supposed to believe you care about these areas when headline news comes out about the murder stats that's going on. Like, that's my point.
yeah, but why would they shop there or go there if it's unsafe?
I mean, you'd have to ask the citizens that live there, like how we survive, how we actually like live normal lives, things like that.
Hey Rob, I'll be honest with you. Most of what's sold on inner cities, and I'll say this for urban areas, I wouldn't buy. Most of the shit that I buy is literally at a Bass Pro, at Cabela's. You know, I'm going out further. I have to find stores that cater to me. My clothing attire, KK can tell you this. Um, she's probably able to pick out what I'm freaking wearing right now. Um, I can tell you is probably select. Either it's coming from like Orvis, you know, over from Ireland. You know, it's going to contain a mixture of outdoor gear that's built to, you know, withstand the Oregon Trail. Like I would not be the one dying of dysentery. What's sold in the cities would maybe be a restaurant and I'll go there. But if there's nothing like really in those areas, you're right. I'm not going to really particularly care. It's not my focal point, but I wouldn't want anything negative because my pursuits are vastly different from somebody who loves that urban life. I can pick on KK. She's all about the glamour, glitz, and you know Gucci way of life. She's going to stroll down there and she's going to be shopping. She's going to enjoy those. That's her forte, not mine. And so you're white people are not a monolith. We're all not also not kinfolk. KK is not white, by the way. She's just got a fat ass. The
Oh
thing
my
is that
lord.
That's a
that
fact.
the thing is that you know I can't help you. Do I think that you should be discarded in the neighborhood because it's a racial demographic? Fuck no, absolutely fucking not. That's like the most horrific thing. In fact, I'd want the National Guard to go in there. If you have women sitting there saying, "I can't use the front of my house. I have to eat in my basement and live in my basement because we're afraid of a stray bullet going through our neighborhood." Yes, send in the National Guard. That person is being held prisoner. Fuck, I'll kid up. I'll go back. I'll get my old uniform out. I'll get my gear on. I'll take my M4, which is a different platform from an AR-15, and I'll go clear those streets. And I have no problem doing it. I'll do it at night, all day, every way, and we'll have a good time doing it. People won't like how I get it done, but I promise you, she'll be able to eat in her living room and sit on her porch by the time I'm through. That I want help. I don't think a citizen needs to live under that. I don't want them to live under tyranny. I want you to be free. Like that's what I care about. Like you're right. I don't care about your individual neighborhood because I got mine to worry about. But it doesn't mean I want you to be stopped, and it doesn't mean I don't want you to live a happy life.
Hey, Brad, I feel what you're saying, but here's the thing, right? We talk about what happens in the urban communities with the guns, the killings, but we skip how the drugs got there. We skip how the guns got there. We we skip the reason that it's put there. You know, a lot of these neighborhoods where the crimes have gone down and people have killed each other through the drug gang or the gangs or whatever it is, they've come back and brought those houses for little to nothing and gentrified. You know what I mean? So I say that to say this. At the end of the day, I'm not making excuses. You have to be accountable for your own actions wherever you live at. But the it's by design the way that it is. You know, it has been designed. We saw what happened during the crack era and how it decimated families, how it decimated neighborhoods, and now we're seeing it happening with white people with meth and heroin. And the difference I'm seeing is how everything is handled. When it went down with black people, you know, they looked at crack, zombies, these people, animals. But now it's a sickness and an illness, and we're passing out free Narcan, Carson and Tucker. It's a hypocrisy on how things are handled in America, considering who it's happening to. And this is not me necessarily trying to play the race card, but it's just being honest. These guns, these drugs did not get in these urban neighborhoods by themselves. They were strategically put there with the
Hey,
intention that
drugs,
motherfuckers kill each other over this shit,
hug.
over
Let
the
me say
money.
this.
Go ahead.
This dope in America is an American thing, man. Let me say that. I can guarantee the high school that, well, I don't know how old they are, but let's assume y'all around my age, KK, Marshall, you feel me? I can
KK is
guarantee it,
only
y'all.
21.
I can guarantee. Well, I know at her, if she only 21, they partying at her all white school. All I'm saying is that dope moving everywhere. Any white college campus, any area that white folks are at, that dope is moving. Like it is what it is. This is an American issue. Like it happens to be in our community. Our communities happen to be a little more unstable. So you add drugs in an unstable environment. Hey man, it sometimes comes out like this. But it's like this is an American issue. It's not gonna stop. Like, yeah, there was a total difference in how people were treated for heroin and meth. Like even fentanyl. Like fentanyl, you should the mandatory minimum should be placed on fentanyl if you ask me. Like you should get that mandatory 2025 for that gram of fentanyl the same way that Rocker Hard was giving boys 10, 20 for a couple ounce for a couple grams of crack. Crack really ain't do folks bad like heroin and meth did, or fentanyl. If we want to
Oh
keep it a
my
bean,
God.
the issue with crack was the violence behind it. Man, you know how many functional crackheads it is out here?
But in the defense
See,
of
y'all
it,
don't.
Rob,
That's what I'm
in
saying. Y'all
'88,
don't see that because
hey,
they're gonna sensationalize the crack mother. They're gonna sensationalize the idea of a crack baby. They're gonna sensationalize that man on the corner that do tap dancing and shit with no teeth. They're gonna sensationalize that to make that the face of the crackhead. When I'm telling y'all this is somebody that sold crack for a good portion of my life, I'm telling y'all it's far more people that go to work in suits and ties. You feel me? Restaurant workers,
Uh,
debt collectors,
Rob,
insurance agents, they're doing crack far
Rob,
more than
who's
that
the
guy that's on the
Coke or
street.
crack, bro? Coke or
No, I'm
wait,
talking
crack?
wait,
about no.
Rob, who's the
I know
face?
the
Who's the wait, wait,
I know
Rob,
that.
Rob, Rob,
Hmm?
who's the face when I say that person's a meth head? Does it not drum up pictures of a white man in a white
Yeah,
biker shirt, ripped
yeah,
jeans, with a mullet on his fucking head,
yeah.
and some fucking
We
shaggy
we
do fucking
will you say he's
truck?
demonized the same way that that crackhead was?
Fuck yeah, we are, because we don't like
I
those people in our communities. Nobody does.
I would not say that they demonized. I'm sitting here watching where I just
You
moved
think
from.
white you think
Where I
white
just
people
moved
actually
from.
cozy? You're like cozy up to meth
No,
heads?
I don't think white people cozy up to meth heads. I know that white people are classes. I know
So
that
so
white
let me
people
help
don't give a shit. White people don't
let me
give a
help
shit about the
Rob's point.
Appalachians.
Let let me help Rob's point. Mitch McConnell did a whole Congress policy to help the meth head. Hey, police officers, when you interact with these people, you need to be empathetic. So no, it's a different marketing.
Absolutely. And let me give y'all one example I'm looking at right now. And it's funny you said Mitch McConnell because I'm in Louisville, Kentucky right now. That's where I'm at. And I'm watching where there's a drug and treatment facility that is put in the hood, and it's called a healing place. And in this drug and treatment facility, most of the people in this drug and treatment facility here, believe it or not, are white. They're here for heroin, meth, fentanyl, whatever they're doing, right? Here's the thing that I noticed that I kind of agree with both of you on, right? Even when you're looking at white people on their own, right? They don't want the trash in their backyard. Most of these people who are in this treatment center right now come from suburban homes that had parents that had decent money and they just got caught into the drug life, whether it be through college or just experimenting or whatever it may be. But they don't want that treatment facility in their neighborhood. They want to put it in an already fucked up neighborhood. It's no different than when you see a person littering it, like they're littering a neighborhood in a hood. But if they went into a suburban area, they're not gonna drop that piece of paper or that popsicle stick down on the ground because they feel like either a cop might ride up on me or it just ain't no other trash out here, so I ain't gonna drop it. So we got a philosophy right now. I do believe there's a hypocrisy on how things are dealt with. Even white people on their own, like my man made a good valid point. They don't care if you from Appalachia, you drink Mountain Dew, and you do method and got a mullet and teeth missing. Them white people ain't gonna claim you that ain't in that light. They're gonna look at your ass like, get this motherfucker out of here.
Yeah,
Build that treatment center for him down in the hood with them other niggas. Put
but
him
I,
with
I
the
think
niggas.
I think if we just limit it to the ancillary anecdotal thing of claiming, yeah, they're always going to win that argument because claiming is something that is spontaneous. It ain't nothing you can see nationwide. The thing is, nationwide, we put out these little tropes, these little fantasy comments about one community, and then the other community does the exact same thing or worse, and all of a sudden, let's not talk about that. As an example, I use the words "black commit crimes." Well, when you look at it, the word commit doesn't even show in FBI statistics. And then FBI statistics are really tracking 911 calls and what people are charged for. Well, this is why blacks have the third highest conviction rate, but nobody wants to talk about that. That would be more symbolic of commit, the fact that they have the conviction rate. But we don't like to talk about the conviction rate because certain people want the identity politics to only go off of speculation and what could be happening, which they'll say, you commit these crimes. Okay, show me the connection tissue. Oh, laugh, joke, joke, joke. It's never serious. So blacks are convicted the third most behind Latin people. White people are done the most because mathematically they're the most here. But this whole commit most crimes, or just like you're talking about the drugs, a lot of this stuff is just the optics that people like to put out as a talking point. And I wish Americans would get past this stuff, because if black folks were allowed to do what the blacks in England did and the blacks in Brazil did, have a bakery shop and be left alone. Go ahead and create this farm over here and be left alone. We had so many instances here up until 1960 where people were just killed for being well read and smart because somebody jealous didn't like it. The black guy fought back. He went and got his white friends. The black guy pulled out a gun, and now you hide behind your friend, the sheriff.
over some shit that you started. If we didn't have a lot of that, we wouldn't have a lot of this black and white stuff here in
Hey, Hug, if you're in Louisville, just make sure they don't put that treatment center near Mama's Mustard. I want to still visit when I get out there.
Oh yeah, that's the shit, man. Hey, listen, no doubt about it. I won't let that happen. Yeah, I love mamas, man. That's some good food right there.
Hey, I can imagine Kentucky got some good ass soul food restaurants.
You would be surprised, man. I mean, there is a few good ones, man, but you would expect more. It's just after COVID kind of happened, it put a lot of your mom and pop restaurants out of business. It's starting to pick up again though, so it is looking up. They're starting to kind of reopen a little bit, but for a minute we were lacking for a second, but it is
Cause
picking
for as
back up.
great as a food city as we are, I feel like our soul food then kind of declined in Houston over the years. We got a lot more like fusion spots where yeah, people is taking soul food ideas. Shit, my business, my company is soul fried rice. I make fried rice, and shit, I use soul food ideas instead of just using the same Chinese restaurant, Asian recipes. I use soul food recipes, blend them with Asian recipes. So I even do that. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, yeah.
as far as just like outright like great soul food spots, we don't have them like we used to have them.
You're right. And
Why
you know
don't
what's so interesting?
Democrats?
You want to know what's so interesting that you just said? One thing I learned about white people and black people that we do have in common, right? So we're going to talk about one of the things we do have in common is white people like good food, black people like good food. I've seen some white people once they taste some good soul food, they like this is the shit. And I feel like the thing in America is, man, we got more in common than we want to give each other credit for. But I feel like the government makes money off division. They make money off taking off distracting. And I feel like when we talk about racism and racist things that go on, that's not always the norm. That's what they want to promote to take your mind off the fact of all the other issues that they're putting into play when you're asleep at night. All of the laws, all the regulations, all the bills, everything that's being passed that the American people don't know about because we're so distracted by the optics. We're so distracted by the bullshit that we don't see the play that both Democrats and Republicans are complicit to. These motherfuckers are truly cahoots on the low, but we thinking that it's
Yeah, but we as black folks got to be a little bit more honest too. There's a lot of stuff we can do internally that we don't like doing, and if we bring it up, then the city blacks get pissed off. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff you can say that happens outside of black, those people who are black inside of America. But you even look at the people who are cosplaying as if they black American and really they Caribbean, really they're Africans. You know what I'm saying? And they go out and do these crimes, and then we get labeled. You know what I'm saying? As if it was us, instead of realizing it's the dude that just got here in 2009
All right,
who
see,
is
like,
pretending.
let me ask you
Oh,
this.
okay,
Go,
let me finish the
my
microphone because
bad. You got it. You
it's
got it.
hard to get the microphone from y'all because the
Nah,
same
you
three
got it.
people y'all been
You got it,
talking
big dog.
to. So it's like black Americans do have to start policing themselves, and especially black males. Black males need to be way more well read, way more managers, and we're hustlers, and we love entertainment, laughing and joking. We got to get beyond that. Go ahead, bro.
So look, this the one thing like when it comes to like other like black immigrants or whatnot. What are you to say to that African that grew up in a neighborhood like mine's with right next to us? You feel me? Yeah, in his home, his parents is Nigerian. Ain't no doubt about it. His name is a Nigerian name. You feel me? You heard of the rapper dude named Toby from Houston?
Yeah, it's a lot of them.
No, I'm saying, have you heard of the rap
No,
dude named?
no.
All right, well, he got real popular, man. I think y'all would like his music, but he from my neighborhood. Me and his brother is way tighter because he younger than us. But they African. But them niggas grew up with us on the block. You feel me? All of their experiences is just like mine from the block. Except for when they went in the house, they moms. Their dad had that accent. Yeah, they had some cultural things, but it's not that much of a difference when you grow up in the same environments. That's the same when you throw the white boy that grow up in the neighborhood. For all intents and purposes, he's experienced the same things we've experienced. Only difference between him and us is that he's white. He's went to the same schools as us. He's ate with us. He done spent the night at our house. He done been to our granny house. In his mind, he might feel like he's lived a black experience. The same way that there's a black kid that's placed in, I'm gonna just say because I'm from Houston, that's placed in Cy-Fair district and around 90% white kids his whole life. His experience are gonna be vastly different. I'll say this. I think black Americans and white Americans are the same people. It just our experiences in the country are different. But when you talk about the food we eat, which is what we got on, that led us here, it's the food. Like we eat the same foods, maybe they're seasoned differently, but we're basically all Christian in some when it comes to religion. We speak the same language. We got the same narrow-minded view of the world. Cause I hear it in this application when we have rooms with people from outside of America. We all got an American exceptionalism idea, even black folks. But it's like, yeah, man, because of the treatment and because of the ignorance of that treatment, yeah, man, that creates a divide amongst us that's hard to overcome.
So I disagree, and here's why I disagree. I think the way you present it, and I used to think like that because I'm from the block. As people get older, new groups start to appear to them. So let's use your African example. That person who grows up with you, let's call them Eritrean for this example. Now he starts getting older, maybe college, maybe after college. He's interacting with other Eritreans. Now the pull of that culture takes him away from that symbiote relationship of growing up right next to you. It's just something that happens. While you and I may continue to stay stuck because our only cultural example is that hood. Let's take the white guy. The white guy grew up around us. Okay. A couple of white guys stay true to it. Hey, this is how I grew up. This is what it is. Cool. But then other guys start feeling the pull of that Russian influence because guess what? Their grandmother's Russian. And they grew up out here with us, DJ Vlad, out here in Berkeley. But the minute you start interacting with other Ukrainians, now all of a sudden, hey, Ukraine, 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 Ukraine. Not so much, not so much Rob. Not so much. Rob is like fifth now, maybe fourth. So I think it does a disservice to a lot of us. And just hear me out strategically. It does us a disservice to continue to think just because he eats chitlins, I eat chitlins, he eats greens, I eat greens, I listen to this type of music. People tend to change as their culture starts to pull them one way or another. And now you're starting to see, okay, I did grow up here, but now I'm over here with this group as a 40-year-old guy, and we're collectively using our money to go against that hood that I grew up in and turn it into, let's say, something that the Yemen do a lot. The Yemen will sit up here and use their religion to get stuff amongst blacks, take it over, and then exclude the black Islamics from it. Wake that up, Rod. They will kick the black Islamics out of stuff that the black Islamics helped them get. And then when you see them in the power structure, it'll only be based on caste and not so much, hey, you're a fellow Islamic. So Americans got to wake up. A lot of this stuff is not as simple as we would like it to be, but maybe that's just my view. I could be wrong.
I don't think it's a wrong right thing in this particular phase of the convo because we all talking about our perspective as American. And I do hope at some point, I ain't saying we got to be on some kumbaya shit, saying black and white men and white women and white and black women are sisters and all that shit. I do hope we could realize that we got far more to gain by not being on some of the silly shit. Rooms like this is good, in my opinion, because we could share ideas, we could disagree, and then we could figure out maybe something that might work better for us as individuals. Hopefully, we could figure it out on a massive level, so that we don't need government intervention. Because if we're for small government and less government intervention, we shouldn't want to see the military occupy our cities.
Yeah, but if we don't want that, we should have never passed NAFTA. We never should have did Reagan's NAFTA because that's interfering. That's big government, and we never should have did Bill Clinton on steroids NAFTA.
Well, we know that that big government thing is really a lie.
But but
They
but but the problem is, you say we want smaller government. We can't pass policies that force bigger government to happen. Right to work is a big government policy. It says you, the small man, can't do small man stuff. It restrains you. So I don't follow I read these policies, bro. I go on Congress.gov and I read this stuff. I don't I I I think that what's unfortunate is we got so many Americans that use the talking points of whatever, and that's cool. That's cool. But then when you dig into the detail, why are we stopping black farmers today, but allowing white farmers to do what they want to do? What the hell is that? Why is we got a bill that got passed for black farmers got rescinded? Why is that happening? I thought we wanted just what you said, Rob. But when we play these games in politics, where we push the narrative of, hey man, look, let's just get along. Let's just cool. I'm with that. And then here comes a WTO policy. Whoa, what are we doing? Whoa. So you're gonna help people outside the country make a company, and you're gonna restrict the people inside of the company? I mean, inside of the country from competing? That's big government like a mug. Can't have it
But
both
see,
ways.
like when I think the benefit of us being able to kind of find common ground is that like a conversation what you just dropped can now be articulated in a way that they not gonna get outside of actually being around certain black folks. They not gonna hear these perspectives for them to see that maybe, man, maybe we been off and why we have the issues with our politics like we do. Like, so that's why I say it's important for people to have these conversations. Seriously, because like I don't build with a lot of white people outside of maybe going to work. You know what I'm saying? I don't talk to them about their perspective on America. So it would be easy for me to just shit on their perspective because they are the majority and we doing shit historically from America and white Americans, excuse me. But nah, we need see later drop that type of knowledge on them boys because that shit is relevant, super relevant.
Yeah, I just want more brothers to be well read on it. So I'm going to drop a book from you by Barbara Honegger. It'll teach you everything you know about to know about politics. I promise you. Go read October Surprise. Go ahead and read that book. $3, $5,
All right.
and
So
and and it will teach you everything, Rob, that you want to know about politics in and out.
so this conversation has derailed my room. I've been kind of busy right now. I'm packing up for the weekend. I got an expedition to take forth, and I have some other things for work going on. Then I had to step away, but I've been listening a little bit. And I appreciate some of the insights and the takes between Rob and Sile, but that wasn't the intent of my room. You can go have a room on some of the topics. I generally I don't really include racial topics in my rooms because I'm going to be honest with you, I don't give a damn. It's up there with religion. I don't care about religion. I don't care who your sky daddy is, and I don't care what race you are. It doesn't make a difference to me. A lot of the race rooms I find, platform themselves on antiquity and need. There's a lot of hypocrisy when it comes to minority empowerment rooms and where the grift and pull is going to be. Where, for instance, in this conversation, there will be a pushback against Caribbean or African immigrants coming in and collectivizing and saying, "Hey, there's a stigma when it comes to America and there's oppression, but I don't want them with us." But then I want assistance from it, and so I think honestly, a lot of people when they try to desegregate races in this country, they really have they really aren't the ones that we should be listening at the table, and I think segregation is fine if you want to do it. Do your own thing. I fucking don't care. If you want to go live in the Ozarks and be in an all white community, hats off to you. You want to go in northern Georgia and be in an all black community, go ahead. Hats off to you. Go build it. I'm all about it. Have fucking fun. See if you can do it. You know, power to you. I wish you the best. I hopefully everything works out for you. You can grow your vegetables, get your water, and everything will be peace. But really, the country does need to not recognize two races. It just needs to recognize American and non-American. That's basically where we need to go. And until people are ready to accept that, then all the rest of it is just twaddle. Every group's been oppressed here, except for the waspy fucking Protestant ones that came from England and the Germans. Outside of them, every other culture group has been demified, uh, killed, hung, enslaved in some fashion or facet, and been punished and cruelly abused by the United States government and the American citizens that are here. And ideally, by Americans that generally at large have their own perspective on what is and what isn't allowed in America. So I'm going to drift this back to the kids today. And Marshall, welcome to the room. Patricia and others. I wanted to talk about the fact that 700 kids were found to have their parents overseas, Guatemala primarily, and the Democrat Party blocked them from reunification with their parents. They want them to stand so they're not born here. They're not American citizens. They were used to get across the border. They were unaccompanied minors, and I'm confused as to why the Democrat Party would prevent children from being with their parents, despite the fact the parents overwhelmingly are asking for their kids back because it makes no sense. So if somebody has an answer to that, I'd like that. The other thing I was talking about was Epstein, Epstein's Island, and the fact that it revolved around kids. Like, why isn't it? You know, everybody's all Trump's a pedo, Trump's a pedo. But when the whole list starts to get pushed out and people start, hey, let's release this, I've got Democrat chills trying to find friendly judges to block release of information about the kids and who was involved in gang raping kids in Epstein's Island. It seems really weird that the Democrat Party itself is Trump's a pedo, but you don't want to release any of the information. You just want people to take your word for it. And I thought we fell for that shit under Shifty Shift before. So I'm not sure. So, Marshall, what do you think? Or anybody else? What do you guys think on this one?
I mean, I think if the Democrats are standing in the way, that's not a good thing. I would be curious why they're standing in the way if they've given a reason. But just if you're like, if the parents want their kids back from Guatemala and we're not giving the kids back, I'm not sure why. The American foster system is broken. Well, the Texas foster system is broken. The American foster system that I understand is subpar. So I'm not entirely sure why we would do that, other than maybe protecting these kids from becoming sex slaves or like being pressed into a gang. But even then, if the parents are contacting the United States going, we want our kids back, and they're actually the parents, then we should probably give them their kids back. So that's about the long and short of it for me.
So I totally believe that the Clintons run the Democrats. There's nobody, not even Obama, nobody's more important than the Clintons. If Bill Clinton is defamed for a second time for any reason, these Democrats will never recover for another 50 years. Because in the black community, Obama is no longer liked by the black men because of some of the stuff he said. And there's the Democrats literally have nobody. And I truly, honestly believe that Knucklehead Bill has some stuff that we're going to find out after his death. And they're doing everything they can to fight that image coming up. The thing about the Guatemala is a lot of these judges are out of control. I mean, a lot of these judges are, I don't know, they're just trying to insert themselves into a lot of stuff. At the end of the day, Fed is going to reign supreme, or the Supreme Court is going to overrule said judge. I think people as it relates to these Guatemalan kids, they're really doing this for optics. I don't think they care one way or another. I think they know that on the liberal side there's a lot of bleeding hearts. There's a lot of small violins. And it's the same way we say here's teacher number 1467 accused of messing with these kids. When is that going to stop? Once we catch the woman or sometimes the guy, we give them a nice ankle bracelet and send them home. So it's like, when do we start caring about these kids? I just see it's crazy what's going on right